Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ash never settled in Pyrehaven. It danced eternally on spectral winds, grey flakes swirling across a landscape charred beyond recognition. Where once proud towers had reached for the heavens and verdant forests had carpeted rolling hills, now only skeletal ruins and petrified trunks remained, monuments to the day when fire had rained from above and the great dragon Azerioth had claimed the realm as his pyre. Through this desolation walked a solitary figure, his weathered blue hat and grey robes standing in stark contrast to the monochrome wasteland. Gandalf the Grey moved with purpose, each step disturbing the ash that had accumulated for centuries. His staff, a gnarled length of wood topped with a crystal that caught what little light penetrated the perpetual haze, left impressions in the soft ground that quickly filled with shadow. He paused atop a ridge, surveying the valley of embers below. In the distance, the once magnificent capital of Pyrehaven, Flameheart, stood like a blackened crown upon the land. Its broken spires reached upward like pleading fingers, forever frozen in their final supplication. 217 years, Gandalf murmured to the desolation, and still it smoulders. The wind carried no reply save the whisper of ash against stone. Yet in that sound, the wizard's keen ears detected something new, a rhythm, a pattern that spoke of change. He had felt the disturbance weeks ago while consulting ancient texts in the libraries of distant Mirrormere. A tremor in the weave of magic that bound the world together, centered on this blighted land. That same night, messengers had arrived bearing troubling news. The Oracle of Ashes, a seer born in the aftermath of Azerioth's devastation, blessed or cursed with visions drawn from the very cinders of destruction, had broken a 50-year silence with a prophecy that chilled the blood of all who heard it. When twin moons eclipse and crimson tears fall upon barren ground, the unfinished one shall breathe again, and what was sundered shall be made whole in fire. Only Gandalf understood the true meaning of these words. For he alone among the living had faced Azerioth in battle, had witnessed the dragon's apparent destruction, and had harbored secret doubts about the finality of his victory. A battle postponed, not won, he said to himself, his voice bitter with the taste of old failure. As twilight descended upon the wasteland, Gandalf made camp within the hollow remains of what had once been a way shrine. He kindled no fire, partly from reverence for the dead whose ashes surrounded him, and partly from a wizard's caution in a land where flames might attract unwanted attention. Sleep did not come easily in Pyrehaven. The night was filled with whispers, whether memories or ghosts, even Gandalf could not say. He dozed fitfully, his dreams haunted by the memory of crimson scales, gleaming like fresh blood beneath a sky turned to fire, and the terrible roar that had shaken the very foundations of the world. Dawn brought no true light to Pyrehaven, merely a lessening of darkness. Gandalf resumed his journey toward the Obsidian Peaks, where the Oracle was said to dwell within a cave of perfect stillness. The terrain grew increasingly treacherous as he approached the mountains, the ground itself fractured and twisted by the heat of dragon fire that had melted stone like wax. It was near the base of the smallest peak that Gandalf heard the screams. Moving with surprising agility, for one who appeared so aged, the wizard scrambled over a ridge of black glass to behold a scene of violence below. A young man, little more than a boy, really, was surrounded by 5 figures in crimson robes. Their faces were concealed behind masks of hammered copper, and they wielded curved daggers that gleamed with unnatural light. "The vessel resists," hissed one of the robed figures, "but the unfinished one calls for completion. Your blood must anoint the sacred ground." The young man fought with desperate intensity, but he was clearly outmatched. His body was covered in burn scars that twisted across his exposed skin like a map of some infernal realm, and he moved with the stiffness of one in constant pain. Gandalf did not hesitate. Raising his staff, he summoned words of power that had not been spoken in Peerhaven since the dragon's rampage. Light erupted from the crystal, bright as the missing sun, and the masked cultists shrieked in alarm as it pierced their shadowed souls. "You shall not harm him." The wizard's voice boomed across the obsidian plain, carrying with it the authority of one who had walked the world since its shaping. 2 of the cultists fled immediately, their courage evaporating before this unexpected threat. The remaining 3 turned to face Gandalf, drawing symbols in the air that coalesced into serpents of living flame. "Interfere not, Old One," warned their leader. "The crimson rebirth is ordained, and you are but a mote before its glory." Gandalf's response was not in words, but in deed. His staff struck the ground, and a shockwave of pure force scattered the flames and sent the cultists sprawling. Before they could recover, he was among them, staff and sword, working in deadly concert. It was over in moments, 2 unconscious, one fleeing with a limp that left a trail of dark droplets in the ash. The young man stared at his unexpected savior with eyes wide with fear and something else, recognition, though they had never met. You're him," he stammered. "The one from my dreams, the Grey Wanderer." Gandalf approached slowly, noting the intricate pattern of the scars that covered the young man's arms and neck, disappearing beneath his tattered clothing. They were not random burns, but precise markings, almost like scales. "What is your name?" Gandalf asked gently. "Vaelin," the young man replied. I don't remember anything before the burning. They say I was found as a child in the ruins of the eastern townships, the only survivor." Gandalf felt a chill that had nothing to do with the perpetual cold of Peerhaven. "And how long have the Crimson Masks been hunting you?" "They found me a month ago. Said I was chosen, that I carried the essence of their god within me." Vaelin's hands trembled. "Since then, the dreams have grown worse. Fire everywhere. A voice that speaks in a language I shouldn't understand, but do." The wizard's suspicion deepened into certainty. The prophecy, the timing, the markings, all pointed to a truth too terrible to ignore. Before him stood not merely a scarred survivor, but the vessel through which Azerioth planned to return to the world. "Come," Gandalf said, helping Vaelin to his feet. "We must reach the oracle before the eclipse. There may yet be a way to prevent what is foretold." Together, they ascended the treacherous paths of the obsidian peak as the twin moons, one silver, one pale gold, began their slow climb across the ash-veiled sky. Vaelin moved with increasing difficulty as they climbed higher, his breath coming in ragged gasps that sometimes carried wisps of smoke. "It's getting stronger," the young man confessed during a brief rest. "Whatever is inside me, I can feel it clawing, burning to get out." Gandalf studied him with compassion and grave concern. "How long have you known what you carry?" Vaelin's laugh was hollow. "Known? I've suspected since the first dream, where I saw through the dragon's eyes, but accepting it, that came only when I saw you. the wizard who wounded the unfinished one, who scattered its essence across the land, some of which found me. The final battle was not what the chronicles describe, Gandalf admitted, his eyes distant with memory. Azerioth could not be slain by any weapon forged by man or elf. I cast a spell of sundering instead, meant to separate the dragon's immortal spirit from its physical form forever. But the magic was incomplete. The cave of the oracle lay at the very peak of the mountain, a perfect circular opening in the black rock that seemed to absorb what little light reached it. As they approached, Violin doubled over in pain, crimson light pulsing beneath his skin. "We're close to the eclipse," Gandalf observed, looking at the moons that had begun to overlap. "The connection strengthens." From the darkness of the cave emerged a small figure, a child no more than 10 years old, blind eyes milky white, skin pale as bone. When the oracle spoke, it was with the voices of countless souls. The wanderer returns, bearing with him both doom and deliverance. "The circle closes where it began." Gandalf bowed his head in respect. "I seek to prevent the Crimson Rebirth, to finish what was left undone. Prevention is no longer possible." The myriad voices replied, "The essence has taken root too deeply. See." The child's hand gestured toward Vaelin, and suddenly the young man's scars blazed with inner fire, revealing the complete pattern, the perfect outline of dragon scales etched into human flesh. "Ah, there must be a way," Gandalf insisted, even as Vaelin cried out, falling to his knees as the moons aligned perfectly above. The oracle tilted its head as though listening to distant voices. "Not prevention, transformation. The fire that destroys can also forge anew. The choice is yours, wanderer. Complete the sundering and destroy the vessel, or complete the binding and create something that has never been." Crimson tears began to fall from Vaelin's eyes as he clutched at his chest. "I can hear him, feel him, like molten metal being poured into a mold." Gandalf knelt beside the suffering young man, his ancient mind racing through centuries of knowledge. The sundering spell had failed because it attempted to separate what could not be truly divided, but a binding to unite the dragon's essence with a human soul in harmony rather than dominance. "I need your consent," the wizard said urgently to Vaelin. "To attempt this is to risk annihilation, or worse, eternal imprisonment within your own body while the dragon's consciousness rules." Through his agony, Vaelin managed to smile. "No better than burning away to nothing, isn't it? I consent." As the eclipse reached totality, casting an eerie crimson light across the blighted landscape, Gandalf began to weave a spell unlike any attempted before. His staff traced sigils of binding in the air, glowing with power drawn from the deepest wells of creation. He spoke words in a language that predated the naming of the world, each syllable precise as a blacksmith's hammer. Vaelin's body arched as the magic took hold, the crimson light within him now matched by the silver-blue radiance of Gandalf's spell. For a terrible moment, it seemed the young man would be torn apart by the competing forces. And then, with a sound like a distant bell, something new emerged. The light subsided gradually, revealing Vaelin transformed. His eyes, once dark with fear, now held an inner fire that spoke of ancient wisdom tempered by human compassion. The scars remained, but they no longer appeared as wounds. Rather, they gleamed like inlaid silver against his skin. "What am I?" he asked, his voice resonant with dual natures. "Something unprecedented," Gandalf replied, leaning heavily on his staff, drained by the working of such profound magic. "Neither human nor dragon, but a bridge between worlds. The fire of creation and destruction bound by conscience and choice." The oracle approached, blind eyes somehow finding Valen's transformed gaze. The crimson rebirth is complete, yet not as foretold. From the ashes of devastation comes renewal. The guardian of Peerhaven stands before us. As dawn broke over the blighted land, Gandalf and the newly forged guardian descended from the obsidian peak. Already, green shoots had begun to emerge from the ash where Valen, or what Valen had become, walked. The dragon fire within him now turned to the purpose of healing rather than harm. Gandalf watched with quiet satisfaction. His failure of centuries past had not been erased, but it had been redeemed, transformed, like Valen himself, into something unexpected yet desperately needed. The ash of Peerhaven would at last begin to settle. Story 2. The threads of reality shimmered like gossamer in the pale moonlight, vibrating with dissonant melodies that only the most attuned ears could perceive. Gandalf, known in these lands as the Grey Pilgrim, paused on the windswept ridge overlooking the fractured realm of Mithravine. His weathered hand tightened around his staff as he observed the faint ripples in the air, the very fabric of existence fraying at its edges. In Mithravine, reality was not merely a concept, but a tangible thing, woven upon the great cosmic loom by the secretive Council of Weavers. For millennia, the Council had maintained the delicate balance of the world, their golden towers spiraling from the heart of the Everspire Mountains like frozen flames reaching toward the heavens. But something had changed. The patterns were unraveling, the tapestry of existence threatening to come undone. The disharmony grows stronger, Gandalf murmured to himself, his deep voice carrying on the wind that tousled his long silver hair. And I can no longer remain merely an observer. For centuries, he had walked the lands of Mithravine as a humble traveler, interfering only when catastrophe loomed imminent. He had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, the birth and death of heroes, all woven into the grand tapestry by the weavers' skilled hands. But lately, the distortions had become too significant to ignore. Villages disappearing overnight, rivers flowing backward, and the stars themselves rearranging in chaotic patterns. As the twin moons crested the jagged peaks, Gandalf descended into the Valley of Whispers, where reality was thinnest. Here, echoes of possible futures and forgotten pasts mingled like morning mist, and unwary travelers often lost themselves in dreams of what might have been. The ancient wizard moved through this dangerous terrain with practiced ease, his eyes perceiving the true path where others would see only swirling possibilities. The spire of endless thread rose before him, a crystalline structure that reflected not the world around it, but the countless realities connected to Mithravine. No ordinary pilgrim could approach this sacred place, for the weavers guarded their sanctum jealously. But Gandalf was no ordinary pilgrim. With a whispered word in a language older than the mountains themselves, he drew a symbol in the air. The barrier, invisible to mortal eyes, parted like a curtain, and he stepped through. The interior of the spire was a marvel that few had ever beheld. Suspended in the cavernous chamber was the great cosmic loom, a structure of impossible geometry and breathtaking beauty. Threads of pure light stretched in all directions, pulsing with the lifeblood of countless beings. Some strands glowed with vibrant colors, while others had dimmed to alarming shadows, signaling distress in distant corners of the realm. Gandalf's keen eyes narrowed as he studied the patterns from his hidden vantage point. Where once the loom had created harmonious designs of extraordinary complexity, now he saw disturbing irregularities. Certain threads, those belonging to the wealthy and powerful, had been artificially brightened, while countless others had been deliberately darkened or cut short. They have forgotten their purpose. he whispered sadly. They weave not for balance, but for benefit. A sudden movement caught his attention. A slender figure in grey slipped between the colossal threads, a gleaming silver tool clutched in one hand. A cutter, member of the Forbidden Order that believed some threads must be severed to allow true freedom. The weavers had hunted the cutters nearly to extinction centuries ago, yet here one moved with purpose and precision. With silent steps, Gandalf followed the mysterious cutter through the labyrinth of threads. He watched as she carefully examined certain patterns, occasionally snipping a single strand with surgical precision. Not randomly, he noted, but specific threads that seemed unnaturally stretched or distorted. When the cutter finally paused to rest in the shadow of a great knot of crimson threads, Gandalf made his presence known. "Your cuts are precise, but they alone cannot mend what is broken," he said softly. The woman whirled, a knife appearing in her hand with startling speed. Her face, half hidden beneath a hood, revealed eyes of striking violet, a mark of those with the sight. "Who are you to speak of breaking or mending, old man?" she hissed, though her voice betrayed uncertainty. Few could penetrate the spire's defenses, and fewer still would dare. "I am called many things in many lands," Gandalf replied, leaning on his staff, "but here I am simply a witness to a pattern long corrupted." He gestured toward the loom. "You are Lysandra of the Severed Hand, are you not? Last daughter of the true cutters." The woman's eyes widened, and the knife in her hand trembled slightly. "How do you know that name? My order is thought extinct." "Very little that has been remains unknown to me," Gandalf said, his eyes twinkling momentarily before growing serious again. "Why do you risk your life in this place?" Lysandra hesitated, then slowly lowered her blade. "The weavers have abandoned their sacred duty. They rewrite destinies to serve themselves, cutting short the lives of any who might challenge them, while extending their own threads far beyond natural span." She pointed to a section of the loom where dozens of threads had been grotesquely twisted together. And worse, they've created something monstrous in their arrogance. Gandalf moved closer to examine the distortion she indicated. Within the tangled mass of threads, he discerned a pattern that made his ancient heart grow cold. It was not random corruption, but a deliberate design, a prison and a portal simultaneously. "An entity," he breathed, recognizing the ancient sigil. "They've woven a primordial into the tapestry itself." "Yes," Lysandra confirmed grimly. "The primordial of endings, Mordrax the Unraveler. They thought to harness its power to extend their control, but the entity grows stronger with each distortion they create. Soon, it will awaken fully." As if summoned by their words, a tremor passed through the great loom. Threads vibrated discordantly, and a low hum filled the chamber. Deep within the tangled prison, something stirred. "We must act quickly," Gandalf declared, standing taller as he set aside his pilgrim's demeanor. "The council must be confronted." Together, they navigated the treacherous paths between the threads, ascending toward the weaving chamber where the most powerful members of the council performed their secret work. As they climbed, Gandalf shared his knowledge of the primordials, beings that existed before the loom, whose chaotic nature had necessitated the weaving of reality in ordered patterns. The weaving chamber glowed with unearthly light as 12 robed figures moved in synchrony around a central dais where the master pattern was maintained. At their center stood Moireth, the Grand Weaver, her hands dancing in complex gestures that caused entire sections of the tapestry to shift and change. "Another village sacrificed to strengthen the eastern borders," she commanded, and Gandalf watched in horror as hundreds of tiny threads were suddenly extinguished. "This ends now," he declared, stepping forward into the light. The weavers turned as one, shock evident on their ageless faces. "Intruders in the sacred chamber!" cried one. "A cutter!" hissed another, pointing at Lysandra. But Moireth's eyes fixed on Gandalf, widening with recognition and fear. "You," she whispered, "the wanderer, the meddler. We should have known you would come. You should have known your actions would have consequences," Gandalf replied, his voice no longer that of a tired old man, but resonant with power. "Did you truly believe you could imprison a primordial within the loom and not face the unraveling of all things?" He raised his staff, and for the first time, the weavers glimpsed his true nature. No mere pilgrim stood before them, but a being ancient as the first threads of the loom itself, wreathed in power that made the air crackle. "The patterns must be maintained," Moireth declared. "But we are the guardians of order. You are the architects of catastrophe," Gandalf countered. "Look!" He gestured toward the master pattern, where dark tendrils had begun to spread from the imprisoned primordial's sigil. The corruption was accelerating, threatening to consume the entire tapestry. "What have you done?" gasped one of the younger weavers, backing away in horror. "We sought only to preserve," Moireth began. "You sought to control," Lysandra interrupted, stepping forward with her cutter's blade gleaming. "You forgot that the loom was created to serve life, not to command it." A violent tremor shook the spire, and distant screams echoed from the world below as reality itself began to buckle. The weavers looked to one another in panic, their certainty crumbling. "There is still time," Gandalf announced, "but only if we work together." The weavers and the cutters, as it was in the beginning. "Impossible," Moireth protested. "The cutters would destroy all we have built, and you would preserve it until it suffocates under its own weight," Lysandra retorted. "Neither path leads to harmony." As they argued, the corruption spread further, and the tremors grew stronger. Gandalf's patience reached its end. He struck his staff against the crystal floor, and a shockwave of pure energy radiated outward, momentarily stilling the chaos. "Enough," he commanded. "I did not walk the realms for 3,000 years to watch you destroy everything out of pride. Moireth, your weavers have the skill to reinforce the pattern. Lysandra, your cutters know which threads must be severed to release the pressure. Together, you might still save Mithravine." In the silence that followed, the truth of his words sank in. Moireth and Lysandra exchanged a long look, millennia of enmity balanced against the imminent destruction of everything. "What must we do?" Moireth finally asked, turning to Gandalf. The wizard approached the master pattern, his ancient eyes tracing the complex design. "The primordial cannot be destroyed, only released or redirected. We must create a new vessel, one that can contain its power without corrupting the entire tapestry. But such a vessel would require an anchor of immense power," Lysandra observed. "No ordinary thread could withstand it." Gandalf nodded gravely. "Indeed, that is why I offer my own." Before either could protest, he plugged his staff into the heart of the master pattern. Light exploded outward as the wizard began to chant in a language that predated the loom itself. His form seemed to waver, becoming at once more substantial and more ethereal as he wove his very essence into the pattern. Guided by his example, the weavers and cutters set aside their differences and worked in harmony for the first time in countless generations. Threads were reinforced and cut with precision, creating a new path for the trapped primordial, a path that led not to freedom or further imprisonment, but to balance. As dawn broke over Mithravine, the great cosmic loom shone with renewed brilliance. The distortions had been corrected, though the pattern now showed a complexity never before seen. Where the imprisoned primordial had been, a new design had emerged, neither chaotic nor rigidly ordered, but harmonious in its intricate balance. And at its center stood Gandalf, changed yet unchanged, his essence now part of the very fabric of reality, yet still distinct from it. He would be bound to Mithravine for an age, serving as guardian of the new balance. But he accepted this fate with the wisdom of one who had seen countless worlds rise and fall. The threads of destiny are not meant to be controlled, he told the humbled council as light streamed through the crystal walls of the spire. They are meant to be guided with wisdom and compassion for all they connect. As the weavers and cutters departed to begin their new shared stewardship, Gandalf remained by the loom, his fingers lightly touching the threads that connected Mithravine to countless other realms. In those connections, he sensed other imbalances, other patterns in need of mending. His work was far from finished. It had merely taken a new form. And in the heart of the great cosmic loom, the grey pilgrim smiled. Story 3. The first crack appeared in the sentinel stone at dawn, a hairline fracture across ancient runes that had glowed steadily for 2 millennia. By midday, the fissure had spread like a spider's web across the massive monolith, and the sacred symbols flickered like dying embers. High in the alabaster towers of Ithoria, alarm bells pealed across the vale, their resonant tones carrying an urgency not heard since the Age of Shadows. Far away, on the windswept peaks of the Mistral Mountains, Gandalf the Grey paused in his contemplation of the stars. The night breeze carried more than just the scent of pine and snow. It bore the distant echo of Ithorian bells, a sound he had hoped never to hear again. His weathered hand tightened around his staff, the polished wood humming with responsive magic as memories of his last visit to the Vale flooded his mind. Fire, betrayal, names spoken that should have remained forgotten. So it begins again, he murmured to the indifferent mountains. The rune stones were failing, just as he had warned they would. 3 days later, Gandalf stood before the conclave of sages in the crystalline sanctum of Ithoria. 12 elders in robes of midnight blue regarded him with expressions ranging from desperate relief to barely concealed suspicion. Sunlight streamed through faceted windows, casting prismatic patterns across the circular chamber and illuminating ancient texts bound in materials too rare to name. "You said the stones would endure for 10,000 years, accused Arch-Sage Thelisar, his voice brittle with age and fear. Yet barely 2,000 have passed, and already the eastern barrier weakens. Already the whispers from beyond grow louder." Gandalf's gaze remained level beneath bushy eyebrows. "I said they could endure if properly maintained and if the binding rituals were performed with precise intent. I also warned that corruption would weaken them from within, not without." A murmur rippled through the conclave, an uncomfortable truth acknowledged but not addressed. "Regardless of fault," interjected a younger sage, Maedrith, her silver-streaked hair bound in intricate braids, "the fact remains that you alone possess the knowledge to restore the runes. Will you help us, Gandalf? Or must Ithoria face the Devourers unprotected?" The silence that followed pressed heavily upon the chamber. All present knew what lurked beyond the valley's protective barriers, or thought they knew. Creatures of nightmare that consumed not flesh but spirit, leaving empty husks where vibrant souls once dwelled. The Devourers of Souls had besieged the valley for centuries before the rune stones were raised, and legends of their horror still formed the backbone of every child's cautionary tales. "I will examine the stones," Gandalf finally said, "but I work alone." "Impossible," Thelisar countered swiftly. "The council requires oversight. You will be accompanied by Guardian Seraphina of the Vigilant Order." As if summoned by her name, a slender figure stepped forward from the shadows behind the Archsage's throne, clad in armor of deepest azure that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The young woman moved with the liquid grace of one trained from childhood in the warrior arts. Her eyes, a startling amber that bordered on gold, met Gandalf's with unflinching directness. The wizard's brow furrowed. There was something familiar in those eyes, something that tugged at ancient memories. "Acceptable," he agreed reluctantly, though his gaze never left Seraphina's. "We depart at first light for the Whispering Forest." The journey to the first rune stone took 3 days, leading them from Ithoria's gleaming spires down into the misty lowlands where the Whispering Forest began. True to its name, the ancient wood seemed to murmur with countless voices just beyond comprehension, the rustling leaves forming half-heard words, the creaking branches posing questions that vanished from mind as soon as they formed. Seraphina moved through the forest with practiced caution, her hand never far from the crystal-pommeled sword at her hip. Gandalf noted how the trees seemed to shy away from her passing, branches bending slightly as if in deference or fear. "You've been to the stones before," he observed on the third evening as they made camp in a small clearing. It wasn't a question. The Guardian paused in her methodical sharpening of her blade. "All who serve in the Vigilant Order make pilgrimage to the seals we are sworn to protect. And what did you feel when you stood before them?" Seraphina's hands stilled completely. "I felt, watched." Her amber eyes reflected the campfire with unnatural brightness. "As if something beyond the stone knew me." Gandalf nodded slowly, confirmation of a growing suspicion. "The runes don't just protect, Guardian. They connect, they bind. And in binding, they reveal truths about both captor and captive." "Speak plainly, wizard," she demanded, though her voice carried the faintest tremor. "I am no sage to be impressed by riddles." "No," he agreed quietly, "you are something far more rare." Before he could elaborate, a keening wail echoed through the forest, a sound too structured to be wind, too fluid to be animal. Both were on their feet instantly, Seraphina's sword drawn in a fluid motion that spoke of years of discipline. "The forest tests us," Gandalf cautioned, raising his staff. The crystal at its apex blazed to life, illuminating the surrounding trees in stark relief. "Stay close." The first runestone stood in a perfect clearing, a monolith of obsidian that seemed to devour light rather than reflect it. 20 feet tall and half as wide, its surface was covered in intricate carvings, symbols that shifted subtly when viewed from different angles, creating the unsettling impression that the stone itself breathed. But something was wrong. The runes that should have pulsed with inner light now flickered weakly, and in several places they had been altered. Subtle changes that would be imperceptible to any but a master of the ancient language. "These markings," Gandalf murmured, tracing one modified rune with a finger that tingled painfully at the contact. "They're inversions, corruptions of the original binding." Seraphina circled the stone, her expression troubled. "Purposeful sabotage. Without question, this wasn't decay or neglect, this was deliberate." Closing his eyes, Gandalf pressed both palms against the cold surface of the stone. Words of power flowed from his lips, syllables so ancient they predated the naming of the world. The obsidian warmed beneath his touch, the corrupted runes glowing an angry red, while the untainted ones pulsed blue in response to his incantation. Images flooded his mind, fragmented memories not his own. A great war, beings of light facing creatures of shadow. a desperate ritual enacted not by heroes, as the legends claimed, but by conquerors flush with victory and fear, and beneath it all, the overwhelming sense of betrayal and rage from those imprisoned beyond the barrier. With a gasp, Gandalf broke contact, staggering backward. Serafina caught his arm, steadying him. "What did you see?" she asked, concern overriding protocol. The wizard's eyes were haunted. Lies. Thousands of years of lies. He looked at her with new understanding. The Devourers were not what we were told, and the founders of Etheria, they were not the saviors of legend. Serafina's face paled. Explain. Over the next hour, Gandalf revealed what the stones had shown him, how the beings called Devourers were actually the Luminari, creatures of pure spiritual energy who had inhabited the Vale long before humans arrived. How the founders of Etheria, led by a warrior mage called Thelisar the Radiant, had coveted the Luminari's connection to raw magic and immortality. They trapped them, Gandalf explained gravely, bound them in a ritual that drew upon the Luminari's own essence to create these barriers, and then they rewrote history, casting their victims as monsters. "But the Devourers consume souls," Serafina protested. "Every child knows the stories." "Half-truths," Gandalf corrected. "The Luminari can merge their essence with human spirits, granting great power and extended life. The founders feared this union, feared becoming secondary to the beings they sought to rule, so they twisted the narrative." Serafina turned away, her hands clenched into fists. "If what you say is true, then everything the Order stands for is built on deception." "There's more," Gandalf said gently. "The binding ritual required anchors, human bloodlines tied permanently to the prison. The founders sacrificed their own children, infusing them with luminary essence to create living keys." The Guardian's shoulders stiffened. Slowly, she turned back to face him, her amber eyes now glowing with an inner light that was not reflected from any physical source. "You know what I am, don't you?" she whispered. Gandalf nodded solemnly. "You carry the blood of both jailer and prisoner. That's why the trees bend away from you, why you feel watched by the stones. Part of you recognizes them as the bars of your own cage." For a long moment, Serafina stood motionless, absorbing this revelation. When she finally spoke, her voice was steady. "What happens if the stones fail completely? The barriers fall, the Luminari are freed, and those with the blood of the founders, like yourself, will face a choice: embrace your dual nature or be consumed by it." "And Etheria?" Gandalf sighed heavily. "Change would come, certainly, perhaps destruction, if vengeance guides the Luminari's actions, or perhaps something new, a reunion of energies that have been artificially separated for too long." He approached the runestone again, studying the corrupted markings with fresh insight. These alterations, they weren't made to destroy the barrier, but to change its nature. "To transform a prison into a gateway." Serafina joined him, examining the modified runes with new purpose. "Can you restore them?" "I can," Gandalf confirmed. Or, I can complete what someone started. I can transform all the stones, create a controlled opening rather than an explosive release." The implications hung heavy between them. Maintain the lies that had protected Etheria for millennia, or risk everything for a truth that might destroy the realm, but could also elevate it beyond imagination. As dawn broke over the whispering forest, casting dappled light through ancient boughs, Gandalf and Serafina stood before the obsidian monolith. The decision had not come easily, but it had come. "The other stones?" she asked. And we must adjust them all, creating a harmony rather than a sundering, Gandalf explained. It will take time, but the path is clear. Seraphina drew her crystal blade, its edge catching the morning light. Then let us begin. Together, they placed their hands upon the ancient stone, the guardian of secrets long buried and the wizard who had uncovered them. Beneath their touch, the runes shifted once more, darkness giving way to light as a prison became a bridge. In the coming days, as they traveled to each of the 7 stones, rumors spread through Etheria of strange lights in the sky, of voices carried on the wind, of dreams shared across the veil, where luminous beings spoke of reconciliation rather than revenge. And in the crystalline sanctum, Archsage Thelisar, direct descendant of the first bearer of that name, looked to the heavens with trepidation and the first stirrings of long overdue penance. A new age had begun for Etheria, not an ending, but a transformation, painful perhaps, but necessary, just as Gandalf had always known it would be. Story 4. The eternal mist caressed the jagged teeth of the Shardspine Mountains, flowing through the divided realms of Elindria like liquid silver. Neither holy cloud nor water, the ancient fog possessed a will of its own, separating kingdoms once united under a single crown. Where lush valleys and great trading routes had once connected prosperous nations, now only impassable walls of pearlescent vapor stood, impenetrable to all save the most powerful of magics or the most desperate of travelers. Through this otherworldly barrier moved a solitary figure, his tall staff carving temporary pathways through the swirling mists that seemed to recoil from the faint blue light emanating from its crystalline head. Gandalf the Grey's weathered face remained impassive as he navigated the treacherous boundary between the realms of Lumiris and Shadowvale. Yet his eyes, keen as a hawk's despite his apparent age, missed nothing of the secrets the mist reluctantly revealed. "You've grown stronger since last we met," he murmured to the surrounding haze, his breath forming additional wisps that joined the ancient fog. "Oh, but not wiser, it seems," the mist responded with a mournful keening that raised gooseflesh on even the wizard's arms. A warning, perhaps, or a lament for what was about to unfold. Gandalf had walked these lands when they were young, before the Sundering Wars had torn apart the United Kingdom of Elindria. He had stood upon the parapets of the now-ruined Citadel of Dawn when the great Mage King Valorian had cast the desperate spell meant to save his people, but which had instead divided them for generations to come. And he alone knew the true nature of the legendary Crown of Mist, an artifact now resurfacing in whispered rumors across the fractured lands. The crown that could reunite the severed kingdoms. The crown that could banish the mist forever. The crown that, if improperly handled, would unleash horrors far worse than eternal division. As Gandalf emerged from the pearlescent barrier, the landscape transformed dramatically. The perpetual twilight of Shadowvale spread before him, a realm of deep forests where massive trees stretched toward what little light penetrated the canopy, their trunks wider than the grandest towers of men. The dusk blue flowers of nightshade bloomed in abundant carpets, their faint luminescence creating paths through the sylvan darkness. In the distance, nestled against a mountainside, the fortress of Umbra Tower rose, a structure of black stone and twisted architecture that reflected the increasingly dark heart of its ruler. Lord Morvayn, once a noble defender of his people, had grown bitter during the long isolation, his rule turning from protection to subjugation. Gandalf pulled his grey cloak tighter around his shoulders, not against the chill, for Shadowvale remained oddly temperate throughout the seasons, but against the watchful eyes he sensed from the forest depths. The spy guards of Umbra Tower were vigilant, though they moved with less discipline than in years past. Corruption, it seemed, bred laziness even among the most devoted. "I know you're there," he called out calmly, ceasing his forward progress. "Your skills have diminished considerably since I last passed through these woods, Commander Darian." A moment of tense silence followed before a tall figure emerged from behind a massive oak, armor of deepest indigo contrasting sharply with the silver insignia of Umbratower emblazoned upon his chest. The commander's face, prematurely lined with the stresses of his station, showed only mild surprise at being discovered. "Few can detect my presence before I wish it known," Darian said, his voice careful and measured. "Fewer still would announce their awareness so boldly." Gandalf's eyes twinkled momentarily beneath his bushy eyebrows. "But I've found that pretending ignorance of a potential threat merely delays the inevitable confrontation, and I've never been overly fond of wasting time." The commander studied the wizard with open assessment. "The Grey Pilgrim returns to Shadowvale after how many decades? Your appearance here can hardly be coincidence, given the rumors whispered even in my lord's court." "Rumors of the Crown of Mist?" Gandalf asked, though it was hardly a question. Darian's hand moved unconsciously to the pommel of his sword, a gesture of anxiety rather than threat. "Those who speak such words in Umbratower tend to disappear shortly thereafter. Lord Morvayn has declared all discussion of the ancient relics treasonous. A convenient proclamation for one who secretly seeks the crown himself," Gandalf replied, watching closely as the commander's expression shifted subtly, confirming his suspicion. With a glance at the surrounding forest, Darian stepped closer, lowering his voice. "If you truly know of the crown's location, you are in grave danger. My lord has dispatched his elite Wraithguard to recover it, men who have consumed the essence of the mist itself to gain its power." "And yet you warn me," Gandalf observed. "Curious behavior for the commander of Morvayn's forces." A shadow of shame crossed Darian's features. "I have served my lord faithfully since the death of my father, but I cannot ignore what he has become. The isolation has poisoned his mind. He speaks of using the crown not to reunite our lands, but to extend the mist further, to envelop all of Elindria under his dominion." Gandalf's expression grew grim. "Then matters are worse than I feared. The crown of mist was never meant to be worn by mortals. Its power is not what the legends claim." Before Darian could respond, a distant horn sounded, 3 short blasts, followed by 1 long note. The commander's head snapped toward the sound, his face paling. "The Wraithguard have found something," he whispered. "We must move quickly if we are to intercept them." "We?" Gandalf's eyebrow arched in question. Darian straightened, a decision crystallizing in his eyes. "Geez, I have watched my homeland descend into darkness for too long. If the crown truly exists and can restore what was lost, then I would see it used for its rightful purpose, not for further tyranny." Thus began an unlikely alliance as wizard and commander moved swiftly through the ancient forest, following paths known only to those who had spent lifetimes amid the twisted roots and hidden glades of Shadowvale. Darian's knowledge of the terrain complemented Gandalf's magical insights as they tracked the movement of the Wraithguard toward the deeper, older parts of the forest, where the boundary between the natural and supernatural blurred like the mist itself. As they traveled, Gandalf revealed fragments of the crown's true history, how it had been forged not by the ancient kings of Elindria as commonly believed, but by beings that predated the arrival of mankind in these lands. The crown, he explained, was created as a binding tool, a means of containing a slumbering power too dangerous to be allowed freedom. The being imprisoned by the crown is known in the most ancient texts as Nixian, the Void Dreamer. Gandalf told Darien as they paused by a stream of water so clear it appeared almost invisible in the dim light. A god from the time before time, whose consciousness spans realities beyond our comprehension. Darien's face was a study in disbelief and dawning horror. "You're saying the mist that divides our lands is the manifestation of Nixian's dreams seeping into our world," Gandalf confirmed gravely. "The crown doesn't control the mist, it prevents it from becoming something far worse." When the kingdoms were sundered, what appeared to be a magical catastrophe was actually a partial awakening of the imprisoned deity. The commander stared into the crystalline waters, struggling to reconcile this revelation with generations of Elindrian history. "Then reunification is still possible," Gandalf assured him, "but not through the means Lord Morvayn envisions. The crown must be protected, not wielded." Their path ultimately led them to the heart of Shadowvale, where the ancient trees gave way to a perfect circle of stone megaliths, their surfaces covered in spiraling runes that shifted subtly when viewed from different angles. At the center of this primeval henge stood a weathered altar, and upon it rested an object that both men recognized instantly, despite never having seen it before. The crown of mist seemed to be composed of the very substance it was named for, a circlet of swirling vapor somehow solidified into metallic form, its surface simultaneously reflective and translucent. Tiny motes of light danced within its structure like stars imprisoned in twilight, but they were not the first to arrive. Surrounding the altar, the Wraith Guard stood in perfect formation, 7 tall figures in armor that appeared to be crafted from solidified darkness, their faces obscured behind helmets that reflected nothing but endless void. At their center stood a woman in flowing robes of midnight blue, her pale features beautiful yet terrible in their intensity. "The High Priestess of the Void," Darien whispered in shock. "Undyne Morvayn's personal oracle. She is no priestess," Gandalf countered quietly. "She is the voice of Nixian itself, working through mortal form to secure its freedom." Before they could plan their approach, the decision was made for them. The priestess raised her arms, and the mist that perpetually swirled throughout Shadowvale converged upon the circle, forming a dome of impenetrable vapor. Within moments, the temperature plummeted, frost forming on the ancient stones. "We are discovered," Gandalf stated, rising from their concealment. "Now we must confront what cannot be avoided." With a word of power that seemed to momentarily still the very air, the wizard strode forward, his staff blazing with blue light that parted the mist before him. Darien followed, sword drawn, though the commander harbored no illusions about its effectiveness against such supernatural foes. "Ah, the wandering spirit who calls himself Gandalf." The priestess's voice echoed oddly, as if speaking from multiple locations simultaneously. "I wondered when you would return to interfere in matters beyond your jurisdiction." Gandalf's expression remained impassive as he approached the altar, the Wraith Guard parting silently to allow his passage. "Hello, Nixian. Your patience is commendable, if misguided." A smile that held no warmth spread across the priestess's face. 2,000 years imprisoned by this trinket, a mere blink in the cosmic scale, but an eternity for one who dreams of freedom. The crown pulsed with internal light as she reached for it, the mist within its structure swirling more rapidly. "The mortal you possess doesn't understand what she enables," Gandalf warned, raising his staff. "None of them do. Understanding is not required for service," the priestess replied, her eyes now glowing with the same internal light as the crown, "just as your understanding will not prevent what comes next." With blinding speed, she seized the crown and placed it upon her head. Instantly, the megaliths surrounding them blazed with eldritch fire, the runes upon their surfaces detaching to swirl around the circle like living things. The Wraithguard dropped to their knees, armor melting into mist that was drawn inexorably toward their mistress. Darian moved to intervene, but Gandalf's arm barred his path. "Wait," the wizard commanded. "Observe what truly happens when immortal power encounters mortal limitation." Before their eyes, the priestess's triumphant expression transformed into one of confusion, then dawning horror. The crown, rather than releasing the deity as she had expected, began to consume her, not physically, but metaphysically, drawing her consciousness into itself just as it had imprisoned Nixian for millennia. "You tricked me," she gasped, her voice shifting between her own and something far older and more terrible. "The crown doesn't release, it contains." "As it was designed to do," Gandalf confirmed solemnly. "The crown chooses its bearer, not the other way around, and it has never chosen one aligned with the very force it was created to imprison." The priestess's form began to waver, becoming translucent as the crown's power intensified. With a desperate cry, she tore it from her head and flung it toward the altar, but Gandalf was faster, his hand closing around the ancient artifact before it could shatter upon the stone. Power surged up his arm, ancient beyond reckoning, carrying whispered promises of knowledge and dominion. For a moment, even Gandalf's resolute will wavered before the temptation it offered. "Gandalf!" Darian's voice cut through the psychic assault. "Remember what you told me. It was not meant to be worn." The wizard's clouded eyes cleared, and with a visible effort, he placed the crown carefully upon the altar rather than upon his own head. Immediately, the swirling chaos of the circle began to subside, the runes returning to their places upon the standing stones, the unnatural mist retreating. The priestess collapsed, her form now fully mortal again, the connection to her otherworldly master severed by the crown's reassertion of its primary function. The Wraithguard had vanished entirely, their essence reclaimed by the mist from which they had been partially formed. "What happens now?" Darian asked, surveying the aftermath of power barely contained. Gandalf sighed, suddenly appearing every year of his considerable age. "Now we honor the crown's true purpose by returning it to its original sanctuary, not here, but at the suspended temple where the boundaries between worlds are strongest. And the mist, the division of our lands." The wizard placed a comforting hand on the commander's shoulder. "Will begin to heal naturally, now that Nixian's influence has been checked once more. Elindria may never be as it was before the Sundering, but perhaps it can become something new, something that honors both its united past and its diverse present." As they departed the ancient circle, the crown secured in enchanted wrappings that muffled its power, the mist around them seemed to lighten slightly. Not a dramatic transformation, but the first hint of dawn after the longest night, a promise of clarity to come. And for Gandalf, who had witnessed the crown's creation in an age long forgotten, it was enough to know that some stories, unlike the mist, had endings that brought hope rather than division. Story 5. The Crystal Mountain shimmered like a colossal diamond under the light of 3 moons, its translucent peaks catching and fracturing their silver glow into countless rainbow beams that danced across the night sky of Ardunia. At its heart, visible even from distant kingdoms on the clearest nights, a warm amber light pulsed with the rhythm of an ancient heartbeat, the eternal flame, lifeblood of magic throughout the 7 kingdoms. But tonight, the pulse faltered. The light flickered, dimming momentarily before struggling back to brilliance, like a candle caught in a capricious breeze. Few noticed this momentary weakness, but one who did was the tall figure who stood upon the balcony of the Cerulean Tower in Luminar, the easternmost of the Seven Kingdoms. His weathered face, framed by a cascade of silver-grey hair and beard, remained impassive, but his eyes, deep and knowing as the oldest oceans, narrowed with concern. "So it begins," Gandalf the Grey murmured, his fingers tightening around his staff of twisted heartwood. The crystal embedded at its crown resonated faintly with the distant flame, a connection forged centuries ago when he had helped to establish the great magical nexus at the heart of the Crystal Mountain. The wizard turned from the balcony and strode through chambers adorned with astronomical instruments of brass and silver, maps of star paths stretching across circular tables, and ancient tomes bound in materials too precious or strange to name. Servants of the Luminar court bowed respectfully as he passed, but none addressed him directly. They had learned long ago that when Gandalf moved with such purpose, interruption was unwise. By dawn, he had packed what little he required for the journey and departed the gleaming spires of Luminar without fanfare or farewell. The Archmage Elindrian would discover his absence soon enough and would doubtless be displeased by the wizard's failure to observe the proper diplomatic courtesies. But such concerns paled against what Gandalf had observed. The eternal flame was failing, and if it died, the Seven Kingdoms would follow. 7 days later, Gandalf stood upon the shores of Lake Crystalmire, its surface a perfect mirror, reflecting the towering crystal mountain that rose from its center like a spear thrust toward the heavens. The lake waters remained unnaturally still, disturbed neither by wind nor by the presence of fish or waterfowl. Nothing alive dwelled within its depths, nothing save the ancient magics that had flowed from the mountain's heart for millennia. But now, those waters bore an ominous tint. Where once they had been crystal clear, now a faint ashen hue spread from the mountain's base like a creeping illness. "The corruption spreads faster than I feared," a woman's voice observed from behind him. Gandalf did not turn, though his shoulders tensed slightly at the familiar cadence. "I wondered when you would reveal yourself, Morwen." "You've been following me since the Whispering Woods." A figure stepped to his side, tall and straight-backed, despite the years that had etched fine lines around her piercing violet eyes. Her hair, black as a raven's wing save for a single streak of silver, was braided severely away from a face more striking than beautiful. She wore the practical garb of a traveler, though the subtle shimmer of her grey cloak betrayed enchantments beyond the skill of ordinary weavers. "The Council believes you long dead," Gandalf remarked, his tone carefully neutral. Morwen's lips curved in a smile devoid of humor. "The Council believes many things that are not so, including, it seems, that they can tap the eternal flame indefinitely without consequence." Gandalf's bushy eyebrows rose. You know, I suspected," she corrected. "Now I am certain. Only a deliberate act could weaken the flame so drastically. Natural decay would take centuries more." They stood in silence for a moment, the implications settling between them like the ash-tinted waters at their feet. Morwen of the Silver Flame, once the most promising mage of her generation, cast out and branded traitor after the great calamity that had claimed thousands of lives in the western kingdom of Daromir. Many still spoke her name as a curse, a cautionary tale of power unchecked by wisdom. Yet Gandalf knew a different truth, one that had haunted him for decades as he watched from afar, bound by oaths of non-interference that now stretched thin against necessity. "The boat is prepared," Morwen said finally, gesturing toward a small craft hewn from pale wood that seemed to glow within a light. "Unless you intend to swim to the heart of the mountain." Gandalf's chuckle held little mirth. "All my swimming days ended an age ago, I fear," He studied her face carefully. You understand what may await us? The Council's betrayal will not go undefended. I understood the price of truth 20 years ago, Gandalf, she replied, her voice hardening. When I discovered their first attempts to siphon power from the flame, when I was declared mad for opposing them, when everything I loved was taken in punishment for my interference, the wizard nodded gravely. Then let us confront that truth together. The journey across Lake Crystalmere took hours, though the distance seemed deceptively small. Time and space behaved strangely in the vicinity of the mountain, a side effect of the immense magical energies contained within. The sky darkened and lightened in irregular cycles, and occasionally the waters beneath their craft became transparent, revealing glimpses of ancient ruins on the lakebed, remnants of a civilization that had inhabited Ardunia long before humans arrived from across the Mist Sea. As they neared the mountain, massive crystalline doors materialized in its previously smooth face, doors carved with runes that shifted and changed even as they watched, constantly reforming into new patterns of warning and welcome. The threshold of Valahheim. Morwen breathed, a rare note of awe in her voice. I never thought to see it with my own eyes. Gandalf placed his hand upon the central rune, a spiraling glyph that pulsed faintly at his touch. Words in a language older than the Seven Kingdoms themselves flowed from his lips, and the crystal doors parted silently, revealing a corridor that seemed to be carved from pure light. Quickly, he urged, stepping through the doorway. The passage remains open only briefly. Inside, the mountain's crystalline nature revealed its true purpose. What appeared solid from outside was in fact a complex latticework of crystal passages and chambers, each refracting and channeling the light of the eternal flame at the mountain's heart. Through this magical circulatory system, the power of the flame was distributed to all corners of Ardunia, maintaining balance between the elemental forces and sustaining the more intricate magics upon which civilization had come to depend. But as they ascended through the glittering corridors, the flaws in this once perfect system became increasingly apparent. Crystals that should have pulsed with golden light now flickered weakly or remained dark entirely. In places, the smooth surfaces were marred by spiderweb cracks, and the air, which should have hummed with magical energy, felt stagnant and thin. It's worse than I imagined, Gandalf said grimly, pausing to examine a particularly damaged section of crystal. They haven't merely been tapping the flame, they've been corrupting the entire distribution network. Morwen knelt beside a crystal node, her fingers hovering just above its surface. These aren't random imperfections. Look, the damage follows specific patterns. Gandalf leaned closer, his eyes widening as he recognized the subtle magical signature encoded in the fracture lines. Theldarius, he growled, naming the current High Sage of the Council. And here, Varastian, Nimien, all of the Inner Circle. They've been siphoning power directly to themselves, Morwen concluded, rising to her feet with fluid grace belied by the rage in her eyes. No wonder they sentenced me to death when I discovered their experiments. This is no mere misuse of power, it's a complete betrayal of their sacred duty. As they ventured deeper into the mountain, the damage grew more severe, and the remaining light more erratic. Twice they were forced to defend themselves, once against a guardian construct corrupted by the tainted magic, its crystalline form twisted into something more resembling a predatory insect than its original humanoid design. And later, against shadow wraiths, parasitic entities drawn to the weakening barriers between dimensions. Gandalf dispatched the construct with a precise blast of energy from his staff, while Morwen's silver flame, a rare magical talent that had earned her both her title and the Council's fear, made short work of the wraiths, its purifying light cutting through their insubstantial forms like a scythe through wheat. Finally, they reached the central chamber, a vast cathedral of crystal with a ceiling so high that it vanished into darkness despite the light that should have illuminated every corner. At the chamber's center, floating above a pedestal of opalescent stone, the eternal flame burned or struggled to. What should have been a radiant inferno, a roaring pillar of golden fire reaching toward the chamber's unseen heights, was now a wavering flame no larger than a common torch. Its light, once the color of summer sunlight, had darkened to a dull amber tinged with red, and its movements were sluggish, as though it struggled against invisible constraints. Round the flame's pedestal stood 7 crystalline figures, each twice the height of a man, the sentinels, magical constructs created to protect the flame from outside interference, but they remained motionless, their normally alert postures now slumped and inactive. "The sentinels have been neutralized," Gandalf observed grimly, approaching the nearest one with caution. "Corrupted from within by the same magic that drains the flame." Morwen circled the chamber, her keen eyes noting the subtle alterations made to the original design. "Look here and here," she said, indicating crystalline conduits that emerged from the pedestal but diverted away from the mountain's natural distribution system. "These are new. They're channeling power directly to the council chambers in each of the 7 kingdoms," completed a new voice, smooth as silk and cold as winter midnight. From the shadows behind the eternal flame stepped a tall figure robed in midnight blue embroidered with silver constellations. His face, ageless and beautiful in the way of the highborn elves, betrayed no emotion save a slight curl of contempt at one corner of his perfect mouth. "The High Sage Theldarius," Gandalf acknowledged, his stance shifting subtly into one more suited for combat. "I had hoped to be wrong about your involvement." The High Sage's laugh was musical, yet devoid of warmth. "Involvement, my dear Gandalf. Involvement suggests a project not of my own design. This," he gestured to the weakened flame, "is entirely my creation. 2 decades of careful planning, of subtle adjustments, of eliminating inconvenient obstacles." His gaze flicked dismissively to Morwen. "Or attempting to, at least." "You're killing the flame," Morwen accused, silver fire beginning to flicker between her fingers. "Without it, the magical balance of all Ardunia will collapse." "A temporary inconvenience," Theldarius waved a hand airily. "The old systems were inefficient, distributing power indiscriminately to all who could access it. The new arrangement channels power directly to those with the wisdom to use it properly." Gandalf's eyes narrowed. "You mean to those who already possess power and wish for more? The Council becomes not the steward of magic, but its jealous hoarder." The High Sage's perfect features hardened. "We are preventing another calamity, Gandalf. Unregulated magic in the hands of the unworthy led to disaster once before." His gaze settled coldly on Morwen. "Or have we forgotten the destruction one untrained mage can unleash?" "Is that the lie you've told yourself?" Morwen's voice trembled with fury. "That I caused the calamity? You know as well as I that it was your first experiment with draining the flame that destabilized the Western Territories." For a moment, doubt flickered across Theldarius's face, quickly replaced by resolve. "What's done is done. The new system nears completion. Soon, the Council alone will determine who may access magical power, and to what degree." "And the flame?" Gandalf demanded. It's dying, Theldarius. Without it, even your siphoned power will fade. The High Sage smiled, the expression never reaching his eyes. The flame requires merely a new source of fuel, one I have spent years preparing. With a gesture, the shadows behind him solidified into a dozen robed figures, council mages from across the Seven Kingdoms, their expressions blank, their eyes glowing with unnatural amber light that matched the weakened flame. The transfer ritual begins at midnight, Theldarius announced. The essence of 13 willing mages will sustain the flame for another millennium, under our exclusive control, of course. Willing? Morwen spat. They're enthralled. A necessary precaution, the High Sage replied smoothly. Our few volunteer for sacrifice, even for the greater good. Gandalf's hand tightened around his staff, its crystal head beginning to pulse with building power. There is another way, Theldarius. The flame was never meant to be controlled, only protected and shared. Its nature is to give freely. A charming but outdated philosophy, the High Sage replied, raising his hands as the enthralled mages formed a circle around the pedestal. And now you may observe the ritual from there, or you may attempt to interfere and be destroyed. The choice is yours. As Theldarius began the ritual, dark energy crackling between his outstretched fingers, Gandalf exchanged a swift glance with Morwen. No words were needed. They had both recognized the corruption at the heart of the council, and both knew what must be done. Moving with the coordination of longtime allies, they struck simultaneously, Gandalf's staff unleashing a pulse of pure energy that disrupted the forming ritual circle, while Morwen's silver flame lashed out like a living whip to separate Theldarius from his enthralled servants. The battle that followed shook the crystal mountain to its foundations. Spells of incredible power ricocheted off crystal walls, shattering smaller structures and causing ancient stalactites to crash from the unseen ceiling. The enthralled mages fought with mechanical precision, but lacked the creativity and adaptability of true consciousness. A weakness Gandalf exploited mercilessly as he disabled them one by one with targeted spells designed to break Theldarius's control without causing permanent harm. Morwen engaged the High Sage directly, her silver flame matched against his mastery of shadow magic in a duel that left scorch marks and frost patterns across the chamber floor. For every blast of purifying fire she launched, he countered with tendrils of living darkness that sought to ensnare and consume her light. Yet for all their combined skill, Gandalf and Morwen found themselves gradually forced back toward the chamber entrance. Theldarius had been siphoning power from the flame for years, storing it within himself and within artifacts scattered throughout the chamber, and his reserves seemed nearly limitless. "You cannot win this, Gandalf," the High Sage called, deflecting another blast from the wizard's staff. "Even you, with all your vaunted wisdom, must see that the old ways are ending. Why not join us? Help shape the new order instead of dying for the old." Gandalf's response was to slam his staff against the crystal floor, sending a shockwave of force that momentarily staggered even Theldarius. "Some principles are worth dying for, old friend. The free distribution of magic among all peoples is one such." In that moment of distraction, Morwen launched herself toward the pedestal, her hands wreathed in silver flame. Theldarius, recovering quickly, sent a spear of darkness to intercept her, but too late. Her fingers plunged into the weakened eternal flame, just as the dark magic struck her squarely between the shoulder blades. "No!" Gandalf's anguished cry echoed through the chamber as Morwen's body convulsed, caught between the purifying power of the flame and the corrupt shadow magic of the High Sage. But rather than falling, she turned slowly to face them both, her eyes now burning with the same golden light as the flame itself. When she spoke, Her voice resonated with power that made the very crystal around them sing in harmony. "You sought to possess what can only be shared freely, Theldarius," she said, each word causing the light within the flame to brighten. "You cannot take what must be given." Before their eyes, Morwen's physical form began to dissolve into pure light, flowing into the eternal flame. With each passing second, the flame grew stronger, its color shifting from corrupted amber back to pure gold. "What is she doing?" Theldarius demanded, panic edging his voice for the first time. Gandalf watched in sorrowful understanding. "She is becoming what the flame requires, a willing sacrifice, freely given. Not 13 enslaved mages, but one true guardian." The High Sage launched a desperate attack, throwing all his stolen power against the transforming sorceress, but the dark magic simply dissolved into the growing radiance. As the last visible trace of Morwen vanished into the flame, a pulse of pure power exploded outward, knocking both men to the ground and shattering the corrupt conduits Theldarius had installed. When Gandalf regained his senses, the eternal flame roared once more at full strength, its golden light filling every corner of the chamber. The enthralled mages lay unconscious but alive, the High Sage's control broken by Morwen's sacrifice. And Theldarius himself knelt before the pedestal, his perfect features twisted with rage and disbelief. "It's over," Gandalf said quietly, retrieving his staff and approaching the fallen High Sage. "The flame will distribute its power as it was meant to, freely, to all with the gift to receive it." "She's destroyed everything," Theldarius whispered, staring into the brilliant flame, where occasionally, in certain angles of the light, a woman's profile might be glimpsed. "Centuries of planning, of progress." "She has saved what you would have destroyed," Gandalf corrected, laying a heavy hand on the elf's shoulder. "Including yourself, though you may not recognize that for some time." In the days that followed, Gandalf oversaw the restoration of the Crystal Mountain systems, purging the corruption that had spread throughout its network and reactivating the sentinels with new enchantments to prevent similar tampering in the future. The council was reformed under his temporary guidance, with new members selected not by birth or political power, but by their demonstrated commitment to the free and responsible sharing of magical knowledge. And if, on quiet nights when he sat alone in contemplation, Gandalf sometimes thought he heard Morwen's voice in the gentle hum of magic that permeated the mountain, he kept such observations to himself. Some transformations, he knew, were beyond even his understanding, and perhaps that was as it should be. The eternal flame burned bright once more, its light reaching every corner of the 7 kingdoms of Ardunia, and in that light, new possibilities bloomed like flowers turning toward the sun, bright with promise and free. Story 6. The skies above the crystalline spires of Astraeon wept obsidian tears. What had begun as a meteor shower, a celestial spectacle that had drawn thousands to the Empire's alabaster plazas and floating gardens, had transformed into a harbinger of doom. The black stars fell like silent judgment, each impact releasing tendrils of shadow that crawled across the land, seeking living flesh to transform. Gandalf stood atop the cerulean tower, his weathered hands gripping the railing as he watched the metamorphosis below. Citizens touched by the dark mist froze mid-motion, their skin crystallizing into faceted statues that caught the dying light of dusk. Their expressions remained fixed in that final moment of terror or confusion, perfect renderings in amethyst and onyx. "It has begun again," he whispered, the wind carrying away his words. His grey robes billowed around his tall frame, and the ancient staff in his grip hummed with restless energy. 5 millennia had passed since he had last witnessed this phenomenon, and the memory of what followed still haunted his dreams. The door behind him burst open, and High Arcanist Thorn stumbled onto the observation platform. His elaborately embroidered robes were torn, and blood trickled from a cut above his eye. "The palace is overrun," Thorn gasped. "The Imperial Guard, they touched the crystals. They're changing." Gandalf nodded gravely. "And not changing, awakening. What we see is merely the chrysalis stage. You speak as if you know this plague." "I do." Gandalf turned to face the younger mage, his eyes reflecting centuries of wisdom and regret. "Long before Astraeon rose from the plains, before your ancestors learned to harness the simplest cantrip, I faced them. The astral harbingers, ancient beings who seeded this world with life as an experiment, only to return and harvest when their creation reaches fruition." He gestured toward the horizon, where the falling stars continued their relentless descent. "What you witness is not a plague, but a transformation, a reclamation." Dawn broke reluctantly over Astraeon's capital, revealing streets filled with crystalline statues. Gandalf moved through them with purpose, his staff illuminating the way through the unnatural stillness. The few survivors who had escaped the initial wave followed him in silent desperation. Scholars, craftspeople, and children who had been sheltered in the deepest chambers of the Arcanum. "Where are we going?" asked Lyria, a young enchantress with eyes that held more courage than fear. "To find something I should have destroyed long ago," Gandalf replied, his gaze lifted to the celestial archives that loomed ahead, a spiraling structure of marble and enchanted glass that contained the Empire's most precious knowledge. "The only hope lies in the chant of fallen stars, a melody woven with magic that can reverse the Harbinger's influence." "A song?" The disbelief in Thorn's voice was palpable. "Would we fight an invasion from beyond the stars with music? Not merely music," Gandalf corrected, "but vibration that resonates with the fundamental fabric of reality. I divided the melody and hid the fragments to prevent its misuse. Now, we must recover them." As they approached the archives, a shadow detached itself from the deeper darkness at the entrance. Tall and gaunt, with eyes that reflected the light like a predator's, the figure stepped into their path. "Gandalf the Grey," the stranger's voice flowed like honey over broken glass. "Time has not dulled your talent for interference." Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff. "Rasputin, you remember? How touching." A cold smile played across Rasputin's lips. "Did you tell your new friends how you imprisoned me for millennia? How you accused me of reaching for godhood when I merely sought to warn the world of what was coming? I remember a power-hungry apprentice who dabbled in forbidden arts," Gandalf retorted, "and I remember a teacher too afraid to embrace the necessary darkness." Rasputin's gaze swept over the survivors. "Yet here you are, seeking the chant, the very magic you condemned me for researching." Before Gandalf could respond, a crystalline statue nearby began to crack. Fissures spread across its surface, revealing not the person trapped within, but something else, something with too many limbs and eyes like distant galaxies. "Inside, now!" Gandalf commanded, thrusting his staff forward. A blast of pure force knocked the emerging creature back, buying precious seconds as the group fled into the archives. The journey to collect the fragments of the chant led them across lands transformed by the Harbinger's arrival, forests where gravity inverted at random intervals, sending entire trees floating skyward like bubbles. Oceans that had risen into the air as vast, floating bodies of mist-like water, where fish swam through clouds and sailors drifted in enchanted boats. At each location, they discovered the guardians of the melody, individuals whose bloodlines Gandalf had entrusted with fragments of the song centuries ago, embedding the notes within their family heritages as lullabies, work songs, and funeral dirges. A blind bard in the floating markets of Zerilia contributed the opening verse. Twin sisters tending a lighthouse at the edge of the void sea added the sorrowful middle passage. A child prodigy in the subterranean cities of the dwarven kingdoms provided the complex counter-melody. And with each fragment, the relationship between Gandalf and Rasputin, who had insisted on joining their quest, despite Gandalf's objections, shifted from animosity toward grudging respect. The imprisoned mage had indeed foreseen the Harbinger's return, though his methods of preparation had bordered on the monstrous. "You were right about their intentions," Gandalf admitted one night as they camped beneath the floating ocean, watching luminous jellyfish drift overhead like phantasmal lanterns. "But your solution would have corrupted humanity beyond recognition." "Better corrupted than extinct," Rasputin countered, but without his former venom. "And though I begin to see alternatives I couldn't perceive in my youth." Their quest culminated at the Crystal Catacombs, vast underground chambers where the walls themselves responded to sound, amplifying certain frequencies while dampening others. Here, according to Gandalf's memories, lay the final piece of the melody and the celestial instrument needed to play it. As they descended into the glittering darkness, Rasputin pulled Gandalf aside. "There's something you haven't told them," he whispered, nodding toward their companions, "about your role in all this." Gandalf's ancient eyes clouded. There is never a good time to confess one's greatest failure. "They deserve to know what they're risking their lives for." "And they will," Gandalf sighed heavily. When we reached the chamber, the central cavern of the Crystal Catacombs opened before them like the interior of a geode the size of a cathedral. Crystal formations captured and refracted the light of their torches, creating a dazzling display of colors that danced across the walls. At the center stood a formation resembling a massive harp, with crystal strings that vibrated gently in the subterranean breeze. "The celestial instrument," Gandalf announced, approaching it reverently. "And the final fragment?" Thorn asked. "Is here?" Gandalf placed his hand over his heart. "I kept the most dangerous part of the melody with me, always." Lyria stepped forward, her brow furrowed. "You said the chant was divided to prevent misuse. What makes this fragment so dangerous?" "Because," Rasputin interjected, "it reveals the origin of the Harbinger's portal." Gandalf nodded slowly. 5 millennia ago, I faced the first incursion of the astral Harbingers. In my desperation, I cast a spell to banish them back to their realm. It worked, but at a cost. The spell created a temporal anomaly, a crack in reality that didn't close but merely stretched across time. I didn't defeat them. I only delayed their arrival. A heavy silence fell over the group. "You created the very pathway they're now using to return," Thorn realized, his voice hollow. "Yes." Gandalf's admission echoed throughout the chamber. "My magic, intended to save us, instead gave them the means to infiltrate our world more completely. The black stars falling now are fragments of that same spell, corrupted and inverted during their passage through the anomaly." He turned to Rasputin. "My greatest student saw the truth in his scrying pools. He advocated for stronger measures, altering humanity to withstand the invasion. When I refused, he sought the power himself. So I imprisoned him," Gandalf concluded, "rather than face my own mistake." The crystalline harp resonated with unearthly beauty as Gandalf's fingers drew forth the chant of fallen stars. Each note hung in the air like a tangible thing, glowing motes of sound that coalesced into patterns reflecting the movement of celestial bodies. The survivors they had gathered on their journey joined their voices to the melody, each contributing the fragment their bloodline had preserved. Above, on the surface, the transformation of Astraeon accelerated. The crystal cocoons hatched, revealing the harbingers in their true form, beings of consciousness bound to crystalline bodies, moving with fluid grace through a world they considered rightfully theirs. But as the chant reached its crescendo, with Gandalf and Rasputin channeling their combined power through the melody, the very fabric of reality trembled. The temporal anomaly that had stretched across 5,000 years began to fold upon itself, creating a new pathway, not to banish the harbingers, but to offer an alternative. The magic woven through the music didn't destroy the invaders, but transformed them yet again, aligning their crystalline structures with the fundamental vibration of Earth's magic. No longer conquerors, they became part of the world they had helped seed with life eons ago. In the days that followed, as the black stars ceased their fall and the transformed citizens of Astraeon emerged with memories of both their human lives and their harbinger consciousness intact, Gandalf stood once more atop the Cerulean Tower. "Not the outcome either of us expected," Rasputin remarked, joining him at the railing. Below them, humans and crystalline beings moved through the rebuilding city in awkward but peaceful coexistence. Where the spell had touched both, hybrid forms emerged, beings of flesh and crystal who could translate between the two worlds. "Perhaps better than either of us deserved," Gandalf replied. His ancient eyes reflected not just the setting sun, but the wisdom of accepting one's failures as the path to redemption. Sometimes, the greatest magic lies not in victory or defeat, but in transformation. The celestial instrument, moved from the catacombs to the highest plaza in Astraeon, began to play of its own accord, a new melody born from the meeting of worlds that would echo across the Empire for millennia to come. And so it was that Gandalf the Grey, through acknowledging his greatest mistake, found the wisdom to heal rather than banish, to transform rather than destroy. The chant of fallen stars became not an exorcism, but a symphony of coexistence, proving once again that the mightiest magic flows not from power, but from the courage to embrace change.